Lease, I would like to ask Dr. Ryan Rathman to come bless this day.
If y'all don't mind, let's please join and pray together. Heavenly Father, we thank you for being an amazing God, for all the many blessings that you bestow on us, our families, and our kids. We thank you for bringing us to Austin safely. I ask you today to just send your Holy Spirit and flood this barn and let all the kids and families feel your presence today. And because of it, may each of us be Christ-like in our actions. We love you and we thank you. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Dr. Rathman. Entering the show arena right now is Class 1, British Steers. We have 27 head in this class with weights ranging from 1,002 to 1,251. The judge will be placing 3 head in this class. Speaking of the judge, we'd like to give a warm welcome to Mr. Shane Bedwell. He serves as the Chief Operating Officer and Director of Breed Improvement for the American Hereford Association. Shane works closely with American Hereford Association's genetic evaluation as well as National Reference Sire Program. Prior to joining the AHA, Shane was a professor and livestock judging coach at Colorado State University for 8 years. He received an associate's degree in science from Butler County Community College in 2002 and a bachelor's degree in animal science and industry from Kansas State University in 2004. Shane completed a master's degree in beef cattle nutrition from the University of Illinois in 2007. Shane has had the opportunity to judge cattle in 30 states, including all major and national shows. Shane was raised on a cow-calf stalker ranch near Medicine Lodge, Kansas. Shane's wife, Lacey, and have 2 children, Celie Rose and Chisholm. Please help me give a warm welcome to Mr. Shane Bedwell. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize some of our sponsors and supporters of the show. Tellius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Showbarn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ozarka, the official spring water of Rodeo Austin. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin's March events. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. And Dale, presenting sponsor of the robotics. Again, we thank you for our sponsors and our supporters. Attention in the barn, we have a couple of vehicles that need to be moved. They are currently blocking the path for trailers to be able to come in and load out. Therefore, those vehicles need to be moved immediately. Law enforcement are on their way to take care of the situation. First one is a gray Infiniti SUV, license plate SHK7520. Second one is a white 3/4 ton, either a Chevrolet or a GMC with license plate SZX5044. That one has Bobcat of Abilene on the door. We need both of those vehicles moved immediately so that we can allow for trucks and trailers to come in for loadout. Thank you. As these exhibitors make their way around the ring and exit the ring, we ask that you please give each one of them a round of applause for all their hard work. Attention to barn, this is first call for Class 2 British steers. First call for Class 2 British steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. Attention in the steer barn, we have a cell phone that has been turned into the announcer's table. So if you are missing an iPhone, your phone is at the announcer's table. If you would, it's safe up here. Please come at your earliest convenience and get your cell phone. Class 2 British steers need to be making your way to the holding area. Class 2 British steers, please make your way to the holding area. Want to remind everyone that's watching ringside that the show is being live streamed by the talented Taylor Fort and his crew. So for your friends and family at home that want to watch these exhibitors, they can go to taylorfort.com/live and watch that live stream. Also, we have the talented Devin Sisk and her crew will be taking ring photos and backdrop photos. We're very appreciative of both of them being here. Taylor Ford, and Devin Sisk, helping us capture these moments and watching the live stream. Attention steer exhibitors, Class 2, you need to be making your way to the holding area. Class 2, British steers, you need to be getting to the holding area as soon as possible.
Good morning. Welcome to the show. Man, what a great way to get started. Very enjoyable class. Really good set of kids here working hard early in the day. Looking forward to this. What a beautiful judging surface to really showcase these cattle the best they possibly can. It's going to be a fun day. Incredible pair of steers here on the front end of the class. Just a really neat steer to start with, in my opinion. A steer that's incredibly powerful, stout, really heavy structured. Love the width and the attractiveness of his hip all at the same time. You know, he's a steer that can handle all the power and substance so well when he gets set in motion, and he just hangs on to more balance and style, in my opinion, than the steer that sits in second. Love the body and the rib shape and how the one in second blends his shoulder so much better into his body. He's a little nicer in his lines even, just because he's just a little smoother. He does have a little more finish on him, and that's fine. He doesn't have too much. He's just a little plainer, though, as you get into him, relative to that steer compositionally that wins the class. A really nice pair of steers. Young man's calf can kind of run with him in terms of meat animal shape and power and thickness. You watch that steer up through his knee. Needs to be set back there and just be a little bit sounder up front. You change him in that regard, and that calf can play pretty hard to possibly win the class. I like the black steer quite a bit in terms of meat and product, thickness, doability. That's all in him. I need to change him in terms of his tail head. gave him a little bit more attractive, denser kind of hind leg to make him more competitive, but a nice steer that's chock full of meat and power. We kind of have that same trend as we go on down in the class. I believe in 5 and 6. Both of these steers are smaller, kind of more moderate cattle that I like compositionally just a little bit better than some of the cattle on down below. They're good, wide-built, thick-made steers. They're a little shorter bodied, and both of them, I think, structurally have some things you might tweak on them. The steer up here that I'm talking in 5th, just up through his front end and his chest, he's just a little plainer, and that shoulder wants to come out of him a little bit more. The one in behind him is a lot better up through his front end, but he gets in trouble in his hock. He gets too straight up and down there off of both ends. But that boy might be as good a showman that I've seen in some time. He does a really, really good job of sticking that steer. Got a big heavyweight steer the girl in the pink has. Like the doability, the practicality in this. I found the spot. Test. A really good steer here in terms of practicality. Love his body, just a little plainer. Compositionally, he's just a little past his time. We work on down in the class, you'll find kind of a tighter rib set of cattle that need to have a little bit more body to them, a little bit more true, genuine shape underneath, and a pair of good moderate steers that we finish up with that just need a little more composition, shape, and expression about them. A really good class. Let's give them all a nice hand, please.
We have Class 2 British steers entering the show ring at this time. There's 27 exhibitors in this class with steers ranging in weights from 1258 to 1393. Results from Class 1, 10th place was Cadence Werner. In 9th place, Sydney Rainey. In 8th place, Kaylin Johnson. 7th place, Avery Davis. 6th place, Rhett Reed. And in 5th, Savannah Sanchez. 4th place goes to Dylan Garrett. 3rd goes to Mark Shannon. 2nd place goes to Ella Newton. And your class winner of Class 1 is Kyron Rodriguez. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause. This is first call for Class 3 British Steers. Class 3 British Steers, you need to be making your way to the holding area. First call, Class 3 British Steers to the holding area. Attention to the barn, Class 3 British Steers, please be making your way to the holding area. Class 3 British Steers to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, we need all of Class 3 to the holding area. If you're in Class 3, you need to be making your way to the holding area as soon as possible. As these exhibitors make their final path and head out the gate, I ask that each of you put your hands together and give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Attention steer exhibitors, this is last call for Class 3 British steers. Last call for Class 3 British steers. Please make your way to the holding area immediately. Attention steer exhibitors. Last call for Class 3 British steers to the holding area. Last call for British steers. Please make your way to the holding area. Texas Livestock Marketing Association is now receiving steers. If you wish to put your steer on the truck for a floor price of $1.76, they are open for business. You are able to take those steers immediately to the truck. If you wish to floor your steer, you will take that to TLMA, which is out here on the northwest corner of the building, at a floor price of $1.76. Attention steer exhibitors. Exhibitor number 8176 from Williamson County 4-H. You need to make your way to the holding area. Your class is in the holding area, and you will miss your class if you don't get to the holding area as soon as possible. Again, this is entry number 8176 from Williamson County 4-H. Attention in the barn, we have a black GMC Denali Yukon, license plate TRK0275. That vehicle is blocking the area for loadout, the loadout gate. By Howdy, they are blocking that path and needs to be moved immediately. Again, this is a black GMC Denali Yukon, license plate TRK0275.
Outstanding class of middleweight British cattle here, and when they hit the ring, there's 4 or 5 of them that you really, really like quite well, and
Heads up, we got a loose steer in the ring.
then there was 3 of them here on the front end, 3, 4 of them that I liked really, really well, and we'll talk about them here a little bit. But the girl in the green shirt brought a steer that I think is just a hammer in this particular class. Really stout, really powerful, and just his overall image. But he's still very sound in terms of his feet and legs. Really like his bone and the stoutness, and still how clean he is in his joint and how he gets out. And he's absolutely chock full meat and power, and compositionally he's just really, really nice. The red steer in second is sharp. He's maybe even a little smoother and cleaner up through his chest floor. I really like how this steer's laid in and structured up through his front end. I think he has the length of body and the correctness of top line, kind of like my class winner. And compositionally, I thought those were the 2 better steers in terms of their muscle shape down their back. I really like his rib cage. I like the turn of it. I like the freshness of this steer. Why he can't beat that one for me today is his rump, his hind leg. He's got a little more set. He's a little frailer to the ground there, just a little more general in how he comes down with it. But that's a really high quality, compositionally really right steer in my opinion. Steer that comes next in third, love the doability, the practicality, love his hip, love his hind leg, and the power and just the function in this steer is quite good. He's wide-based and thick and stout, a little more moderate kind of a steer, which is fine. Where I took issue with him was up through his front end and his shoulder. He wants to get out there just a little bit, and I didn't think he quite had the shape of the steers right in front of him, but a really good kind. Calf that comes next in fourth, if I could just soften him up both in his structure and his body, then we've got an absolute warhorse, because he's one of those steers that really has a great shape to him. Love the thickness and the turn about him. He's a steer that has certainly some pieces of balance that gives you that show steer image that you really want to fall in love with. When you get him going, you watch him up in his knee, he's just ever so slightly tipped up there, and I just need to give him a little more robust rib cage, working on and just smooth him up just a little bit more. Good class. Steer comes next in fifth, just meat and potatoes, really good. I love the hip and the power. This steer might have as much hip and thickness you get around behind of him, but as you guys are watching him go out the gate, what's he do? He kicks that hind leg out, really wants to swivel with him. We change that in him, that's a steer that's a definite contender. This boy does a really good job of showing when he gets his steer's neck set up under him. He's just so stylish and just so well balanced. He's a very sound steer in how he gets out and moves. I pulled him for that reason. He just needs a little more meat animal shape to him. I was a little disappointed when I got into him. The darker red steer coming next, the boy in the hat has. Just this shows you how good this class is, and from him down to that little girl there and all the way down, really, it's so good. Shape, expressive, just needs a little bit more middle. I need to change him a little bit there in his structure. A little plainer hided steer coming out next is filled up with a little bit more chest floor, but he's just, there was a time where that steer was really good, and I can't help but not like easy doing cattle that have some practicality to him. He's just ran a race that he couldn't win. It just all cut up to him, but he's a good kind of a steer. Boy there that we pulled early in the show coming in the gate, this steer's really interesting. I like the front 2/3 of him. I just wish from about his loin back into his pin set, we could make him more genuine. You can see him kind of get just a little more tucked up there in his flank. It all kind of comes out of balance. Black steer, I wanted to pull him. I didn't know where he was at in terms of his finish and just his middle. He could use a little bit more, but man, that is a good fresh top that he's got in him, and that little girl's a good hand. Two girls here in the pink doing an outstanding job at your rodeo, Austin. Give them a big, big hand. Outstanding classes cattle.
Thank you, Judge Bedwell. Let's give each of these exhibitors a big round of applause. Entering the show ring right now is Class 3 British steers. There's 27 head in this class with weights ranging from 1395 to 1640. Class 3 British steers. Attention in the steer barn, I want to give you a reminder that cattle can be released at the conclusion of their respective breed. Once that happens, you need to make your way to Gate 1 and go to the first corral at Howdy for loadout, and a representative there will release you to the barn once it is available. Again, that's for loadout at the conclusion of each of your respective breeds. I also want to remind you that TLMA are now taking steers for the floor at a price of $1.76. They are located at the northwest corner of the show barn. Again, that's for any steer that you wish to put on the floor at $1.76. They are open for business and accepting steers at this time. Results from Class 2 British Steers, 10th place, Pepper Pressler. In 9th place, Jake Little. 8th goes to Driscoll Aiken. 7th, Slade Smathers. 6th place, Kirby Lehman. 5th, Cash Parker. 4th place, Brendan Hickok. 3rd place, Aiden Barber. 2nd place, Madeline Scavina. And your class winner goes to Brindley Swan. Congratulations to those exhibitors. For those of you that have recently joined us, I wanted to introduce our judge, Mr. Shane Bedwell. Shane serves as the Chief Operating Officer and Director of Breed Improvement for the American Hereford Association. Shane works closely with the AHA's genetic evaluation as well as National Reference Sire Program. Prior to joining the AHA, Shane was a professor and livestock judging coach at Colorado State University for 8 years. He received an associate's degree in science from Butler County Community College in 2002 and a bachelor's degree in animal science and industry from Kansas State University in 2004. Shane completed a master's degree in beef cattle nutrition from the University of Illinois in 2007. Shane has had the opportunity to judge cattle in 30 states, including all major and national shows. Shane was raised on a cow-calf stocker ranch near Medicine Lodge, Kansas. Shane's wife, Lacey, and they have 2 children, Celie Rose and Chisholm. Please help me with a round of applause. Welcome Shane Bedwell as our judge. I want to announce for those that you are not aware, new this year, that those exhibitors who are fortunate enough to make the auction and sell their exhibit will also receive the floor check. That's news this year, and I know as exhibitors and families, we're very appreciative of Rodeo Austin making that decision. Again, those of you that will make the sale and go through the youth auction will also receive your floor check. Thank you, Rodeo Austin. As these exhibitors are making their way and being excused from the arena, I ask that you put your hands together to thank them for all their hard work and exhibiting at Rodeo Austin. Attention in the steer barn. This is first call for Class 4 Shorthorn steers. This is first call for Class 4 Shorthorn steers. Please make your way to the holding area. For those of you that are just joining us, I want to remind you that the show is being live streamed by the talented Taylor Fort and his team. So for those of you that have friends and family at home that wish to watch these exhibitors, go to taylorford.com live. You can find the live stream and give them the opportunity to watch and support these exhibitors. Also, we're thankful to have Devin Sisk and her team here who are going to be in the ring, taking ring shots as well as backdrop photos. We want to thank Devin Sisk and her team for being here and helping us capture the moment. Attention in the barn. Class 4 Shorthorn steers, please make your way to the holding area. Class 4 Shorthorn steers, you need to be making your way to the holding area. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our sponsors and our supporters to help make this show possible. Elias Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of the show barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ozarka, the official spring water of Rodeo Austin. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin's March events. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holtcat, Texas First Rental, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. Dale, presenting sponsor of Robotics. Please put your hands together to thank those sponsors and those supporters. Attention to the steer barn, Class 4 Shorthorn steers. Please make your way to the holding area. Class 4 Shorthorn steers to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, we're missing one exhibitor from Class 4 Shorthorns, entry number 4680 from Lamb County 4-H. You need to get your Shorthorn steer and make your way to the holding area. Exhibitor number 4680 from Lamb County 4-H. Get your steer to the holding area. Thank you.
This is really good. Awesome way to end what I think's been an outstanding division to get started with in this show. I like this steer quite well that wins the class, both of them. I think they're a pair of heaters here on the front end, but this steer's so sound and well built and constructed here on the front end. He's got a beautiful rib cage in him, but yet he's compositionally really, really nice. I was actually surprised, I'll be honest with you, when I got my hands on him. You get up over his rib and over his loin there. He's got a big old fresh loin spread in him there. He's ample in his pin width. You know, you don't maybe give him enough credit from the side in terms of his quarter shape. That steer is wide built, nice built, really nice steer. Pleasant showman to go along with it. You can tell her heart's in it and she loves it. And I know a lot of these kids do. But that's a good pair. They go together really, really well. This girl brings a really nice steer in second, maybe a little more exotic in his look and just how he's made up through his chest floor and his neck. He's sharper there. I like that look that you gain in him. You get a little bit more quarter shape, perhaps, from the side. When you get into him, though, I think he's just a little piecier than that steer that wins the class. He's not as well balanced, in my opinion. You study him from head to tail, but a nice steer that you like quite a bit. The 1 and 3rd just kind of finds his way there by default, in my opinion, in this class. Compositionally, he's thick enough. He's definitely sound enough. He's a very athletic steer, and I think for this weight bracket where we're at, he's just right in all those regards in terms of market readiness, but yet he's got the composition in him to have some cutability, some yield grade potential, and he's just enough fresher in terms of his look and his maturity. And that helps him out when you get into these cattle that come next in 4, 5, 6, 7, and on down the road. You know, this red steer is maybe not a beauty pageant winner, but man, he's just good cattle. They fed him so good, and I'm sure there was maybe a time where he looked maybe a little bit cleaner and less mature up through his front end, but he's just good cattle. Bold, thick, stout, not showy, but just good, and I kept him up for those reasons. He's so sound in terms of his structure, just really good in terms of his finish, really, for where they've got him at that weight. Big, thick, stout steer that's going to outcut him coming next. In 5th, I like the shape and cutability in him. He's a steer that gets a little piecey, though, in his top, and I think he starts some discussion of some cattle that remaining that aren't quite as maybe as sound in terms of their structure. The black steer coming next, big old thick, chunky steer. I like the thickness in him. I like the base width and the chest floor. He's just too mature, and he's lost his compositional correctness that he probably had at one time. You get down his top, it all matches his front end and his head. That crest through his neck needs to be a little sounder off of those rear two. Girl coming out in the purple's got a real cocky, very attractive steer to look at. I pulled him early on because I knew he had enough of the things that are hard to make in him to be out here in the ring. I just never was comfortable, though, with his structure. He needs to be laid back, and then he's just a little flat in terms of his rib shape and his muscle. Steer on down the line, girl does a good job with. I didn't know with all that white when he came in there just where to study him, because he's deeper there than he is back through the rear third of his body and his quarter. Get your hands on him. That steer really does have some muscle and some thickness in him. His tail head and just his balance there in the rear third of his body throw him off enough for me to have him on down the line. We work on down in this class, some good kids here working hard. we start to get into maybe some more structural issues, maybe some cattle that need a little bit more shape and expression about them, but a really, really good set. Give them a big hand. We'll judge this British Drive.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you to all these exhibitors. Let's show our appreciation and give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Entering the ring now are our British steers, first and second place from each of the three classes. Results from Class 3 British steers. 10th place goes to Paul Hayes. 9th place goes to Della Osborne. 8th place goes to Maddox Burkett. 7th place goes to Jordan Westhoff. 6th place goes to Carly Rathman. 5th place to Salam Jasic. 4th place to Brooklyn Fritz. 3rd place goes to Carson Kaufman. 2nd place to Hayden Hoffler. And your class winner goes to Blakely Benson. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors.
Really, really good show, as we've talked about. We've gone through about 90 head already, and it's been pretty nice. You haven't had too much trouble pulling cattle off of the rail to come in the center of the ring, and I think that's represented here in this British Drive quite well. In my opinion, I'm not going to waste a lot of time going back through and dissecting them. I'm going to give you What I see out here in the drive, I think it's pretty straightforward for the champion, and then it's a little closer for the reserve between a steer that's got a lot of good in him and one that's maybe just a little bit sharper in terms of just look and quality, and just probably fits together a little bit better out here. But our champion, I think, is commanding, and I want to say congratulations to this girl right here out of the middle class. Really good job. Heck of a good steer. It comes down to the reserve in that middle class, and I like him. There's just something about that steer that has just got a little more arrogance to him and just a little more quality. He's really nice, well built there through the front end, and then you just got that steer that girl with the reddish blonde hair does such a good job showing, and you can tell those two have been pals for a long time, showing that steer. And I love the body in him, love the practicality in him. Again, when you got your hands on his back, he was just so fresh and good over his loin. Does he just have the extras, in my opinion? I don't know. It's close between these, but I'm going to go with my initial impression. Girl in the pink shirt will be reserved.
And your champion British steer goes to Brindley Swan from Lubbock County 4-H. Reserve champion British steer goes to Madeline Scazavina from Abbott FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 4 Shorthorn steers. There are 20 exhibitors in this class with weights ranging from 1,010 to 1,219 pounds. Again, this is Class 4 Shorthorns, 20 exhibitors in this class. As we begin the Shorthorn division, Judge Bedwell will place and we will sell forehead. Attention steer exhibitors, this is first call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers. You need to be making your way to the holding area. Again, this is first call for Class 5 Shorthorn steers to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors. This is second call for Shorthorn steers, Class 5 Shorthorn steers. You need to make your way to the holding area. Second call, Class 5 Shorthorns to the holding area. As these exhibitors are making their way around the arena to be excused, I'd ask you to put your hands together and thank them for all their hard work and joining us at Rodeo Austin. Attention steer exhibitors, we need Class 5 Shorthorn steers. Please make your way to the holding area. Class 5 Shorthorn steers. Please be heading to the holding area. Attention in the steer barn, we're missing 2 exhibitors for Class 5 Shorthorns. Entry number 608 from Falls City FFA and exhibitor number 405 from Denton County 4-H. Please make your way to the holding area. Attention exhibitors, Class 5 Shorthorns, you need to be making your way to the holding area. We're still missing 2 exhibitors. Entry number 608 from Falls City FFA and exhibitor number 405 from Denton County 4-H. Please make your way to the holding area. Just a reminder, in the Shorthorn division, Judge Bedwell will be placing 4, and we will be selling 4 head in this class.
Pair of really good steers in this class. I think it's them and then the rest of them. But the boys' steer, to me, is just a little more flexible as he gets out on the move, particularly in his lower joints. When you study the cattle and you get kind of them parked from the profile, just I think the length, the quality, the shape of his head and neck, the attractiveness in his rump and his tail head, it all lends to him just being a little more attractive in his hind leg at the stand. And then when you set him on the go, he is more flexible. He's a really nice rib steer. Got a lot of body and practicality about him. Just hard to rough him up too much. He does have just a little bit more throat in him, but I think that matches the rest of his body because he is so easy doing and practical, and so I'm okay there. Composition and shape, more genuine width as you get him behind him, goes to the girl steer, and man, she does a really good job of presenting this steer and lengthening him and out and getting that hind leg to kind of show off because he can get a little short there. He's a little more mature up through his head, a little coarser in just his overall build, but he's still a really, really nice steer. So genuine in his forerib, a ton of real product and shape and composition in him. When we walked him that last time, he's just a little bit up there in those pasterns, and he doesn't want to go off of it just quite right. But a good pair of steers, you put them together, and we really have a war horse. Calf coming next in third. If he would fix his brain, I think this steer would be really good, and just let him relax because there's a look right there. When he gives it to you, you certainly like him. And then when you go to lead that steer around the ring, he's like, I want to get my head down. I really don't want to be here. This girl works her tail off to show a really, really good calf that's just probably been a handful to deal with. But compositionally, really good. Love the yield grade potential. He's got enough finish on him, I think, to grade. Really long, kind of a smooth built steer. He just comes in too many pieces, mainly because of his attitude. But I had to keep his structure and his kind up over this 1/4. 1/4 kind of has a really nice presentation about him. He's got a cool ear set. He throws them forward. He's got a show steer image about him 100%. Love his body and his flank and how it sets in him. When you get up on top of this steer, he's a little stale compositionally, and then just structurally, he's a little bit too up and down off of either end. Red steer coming next. Just a good meat and potatoes, big-bodied steer. Girl does a really good job with. He wants to get outside of his body a little bit, a little more refined in terms of his bone work. Just kind of a nice steer. Long, really crazy neck steer that's long-bodied, lots of expression of hip in him. When you get into this steer, he's too hard for me, though, up over his rib, and that kind of matches the structure as well. As we get on down in the class, you'll find some chunks that are just easy feeding, big-bodied cattle. They ran a good race, but they're just a little bit too plain. They need more style about them to get higher in this class, and then we'll run into a few more structural issues on down the line. Give them a good hand, please.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to all of those winners in that class. I want to remind everyone that backdrop photos are required for all placing auction cattle, and specifically breed and reserve breed champion steers. All auction placing steers must get a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk, and specifically breed and reserve breed champion steers. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 5 Shorthorn steers. There are 9 exhibitors in this class, with steers ranging from $12.20 to $15.99. Again, this is Class 5 Shorthorn steers. There are 19 exhibitors in this class. Attention exhibitors and families. Wanted to invite you tonight. Rodeo Austin is having their Kick Open the Chutes event. It will be at the Rodeo Arena with performers Braxton Keith and Casey Donahue. They'll be performing tonight. Tickets at the door for $25, and the event starts at 6:30. Rodeo Austin would like to invite you to attend. Again, that's the Kick Open the Chutes event at the Rodeo Arena tonight with performers Braxton Keith and Casey Donahue. Tickets at the door are $25, and the event begins at 6:30. Wanted to remind everyone that if you have friends and family at home that were unable to attend the show, Taylor Ford and his crew are here to live stream the show. That live stream could be on their website, taylorfort.com/live. That's the easiest way to find the live stream. Please share that information so that your family, friends at home can watch these exhibitors. Also want to thank Devin Sisk and her crew to be here for ring photos and backdrop photos. We appreciate Devin Sisk and her team and Taylor Ford and their team for being here at the show. I'd like to take this opportunity to announce our sponsors and supporters. We greatly appreciate their financial support. A lot of this is not possible without that support. Tellius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment. Ozarka, the official spring water of Rodeo Austin. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin's March events. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. Dale, presenting sponsor of Robotics. Thank you to each of those sponsors for supporting Rodeo Austin. Attention steer exhibitors, this is first call for Class 6 Brahman steers. First call for Class 6 Brahman steers. Please make your way to the holding area. As these exhibitors make their way around the arena and exit, I ask that you put your hands together and give them a round of applause, thanking them for exhibiting their projects at Rodeo Austin. I'd like to announce the winners of the previous class, Class 4 Shorthorns. 10th place goes to Kara Kirkpatrick from Davenport FFA. 9th place goes to Hunter Morowitz from Falls City FFA. 8th place goes to Madeline Dutchmart from Kinney County 4-H. 7th place goes to Witten Gilliam, Hardeman County 4-H. 6th place goes to Heath Bach, Falls City FFA. 5th place goes to Trevor Swain, Holder FFA. 4th place goes to Paisley Klotch, Lamb County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Carly Lazenby from Santa Fe FFA. 2nd place goes to Reagan Kirby, Palmer County 4-H. And your class winner, Ace James, Grayson County 4-H. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Attention steer exhibitors, this is second call for Brahman steers, Class 6. You need to be making your way to the holding area. This is Class 6, Brahman steers. Please make your way to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, Class 6, Brahman steers, please make your way to the holding area. We need all of Class 6, Brahman steers to the holding area.
really good class of heavyweights, and we run pretty far in gap and weight, and really weight doesn't bother me bunch. I think just as long as the weight that you show them in is the best that they can look, and compositionally there's not a problem with them, then really don't care. And we've got two steers that are just fine in both of those regards. The steer that wins the class, I think he's just the combination of everything in here. Just pretty darn good, honestly, when you just come right down to it. I like this steer in terms of just his rib, body, his lines. That tailhead's perfect in him and how it sets in him. He's really sound when you get him out on the move. Compositionally, he's a big, bold rib steer that just handles awesome in terms of his back and his top. He's just stouter and he's just snappier than that one that sets in second. I like him pretty well. Calf in second grew on me, particularly when I got my hands on him. We pulled him off of the rail because he was sound. Steer's really smooth built, set back in the angle of his knee. Got a really nice hip in him, but super fresh in terms of his top when you get right down to him. Just handles really good over his rib. Just a really complete, real useful steer that I like quite well. Calf coming next here in third kind of starts a bigger, kind of more mature set of steers coming on down. And this is a real heavyweight here. He's got a ton of product and mass in him, and this girl's a really good hand. She can really show this big steer to get him right into that sale spot. And I pulled you up because I think your steer of these big cattle, he's just fresher on his back and his top. Does he have the balance and the quality to run with those two right ahead of him? Personally, not for me up through his front end, but he's a good steer. Done a good job of holding on to him at a heavy weight and making him very presentable here in Austin. This one caught my attention because he's presented so nice. Girl comes in the ring and just shows him really good. I was a little disappointed when I got up over his loin edge and took him down into the base of his body. That maturity's kind of set in that steer. He's staled up in his top, he's flattened up in his rib, and he's lost his shape as you step in behind him. But boy, is he big bone, stout structured, pretty sound in the big scheme of things. Good kind of a steer that probably had his day, and I still like him quite a bit to have him up this far in the class. Good kind of a calf that probably fits a little bit more type-wise with the two that I used in the class. The challenge with him is his front end structure. He's just not quite right there in his knee. He wants to come over in that left knee particularly. If we change that and set that back in him right, then it's a different story, and you're pushing for that sale spot. Calf coming next. I wanted to get my paws on him and figure out just where he was at from a composition standpoint, because the really massive bodied steer just hits you with a ton of practicality, and you're hoping he's just not too done. He's kind of right there on the edge. But he's got enough product. I think he's got enough meat in him to be more than acceptable. But that's his problem that gets him down the line, in my opinion, in this class. He just needs to be freshened up in terms of his composition. On down the line, we've got variation in these cattle, and there was just a little more up and down to this class. Young man's calf, trimmer, more extended, just a little harder than what I want to deal with. And then we kind of get into some big-bodied steers that are just a little past 12 o'clock. They kind of lumber around and have some structural issues about them, but they're thick, good cattle that have fed well for these young people. Give them a big hand, please. Very nice job.
In the ring now are first and second place winners from Class 4 Shorthorns and Class 5 Shorthorns. Judge Bedwell will be picking breed and the reserve breed champion of the Shorthorn division. Attention in the barn. Class 6 Brahman steers. We're missing one exhibitor, entry number 1260 from New Braunfels FFA. Exhibitor number 1260 from New Braunfels FFA. You need to make your way to the holding area immediately. Your class will be entering the ring shortly.
Another good breed lineup, and 3 young ladies and 1 young man doing a really good job out here presenting their cattle. And again, that's what it's all about. It's fun, it's enjoyable, it's competitive, and there's just a lot that's racing through these young people's minds right now, and they're doing a good job, and I think you all need to tell them they're doing a good job too. Put your hands together for them. Really nice set of steers here in this drive. A little more comfortable with a pair of them that I think just have a little more compositional shape, a little more power, a little more substance to them. They still hang on to the balance and the style that I like, and they can get out and move. For me, it's the 2 heavyweights in this breed show. Let's give them a good hand. Nice job.
And your champion Shorthorn goes to Levi Henley from Cotton Center FFA. And your reserve champion Shorthorn goes to Hope Scribner from Gray County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And the results from Class 5 Shorthorn. 10th place goes to Tatum Bales, Midland County 4-H. 9th place goes to Nakota Whitefield, Fisher County 4-H. 8th place goes to Bailey Mask, San Saba County 4-H. Seventh place goes to Clay Wilson, Borden FFA. Sixth place goes to Presley Grubbs, Denton County 4-H. Fifth place, Kenzie Neve, Albany FFA. Fourth place goes to Bliss Bessar, Lubbock County 4-H. Third place, Destiny Potter, Henderson County 4-H. Second place, Hope Scribner, Gray County 4-H. And that class winner was Levi Henley, Cotton Center FFA. Congratulations to all of those. Entering the show arena at this time is Class 6, Brahman steers. There are 20 exhibitors in this class with weights ranging from 1140 to 1325. Again, this is Class 6, Brahman steers, 20 exhibitors. Attention in the ring, we got a loose steer. Everybody sit tight. Let them move that steer down to the catch pin. Attention in the barn. This is first call for Class 7 Brahman steers. First call for Class 7 Brahman steers. Please make your way to the holding area. Again, this is first call Brahman steers to the holding area. Attention in the steer barn, calling Class 7 Brahman steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. Again, this is Class 7 Brahman steers. Please make your way to the holding area. As these exhibitors make their way around the arena and exit, I'd ask that you put your hands together and give them a round of applause for joining us at Rodeo Austin. Attention to steer barn. I know many of you have been asking about a lunch break. We are trying to make that decision very shortly. As soon as I have confirmation as to when we will break for a lunch break, I will make that announcement and let everyone know. Heads up. Got a loose steer. about you put your hands together and give that young man a round of applause? We don't want him to leave the ring without showing a little bit of gratitude. If you'll look to the other end of the arena, we have another loose steer. Everybody, please pay attention. Attention to the barn. This is second call for Class 7 Brahman steers. Class 7 Brahman steers, please be making your way to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, we will be taking a 45-minute lunch break at the conclusion of the Brahman steers. So between Brahman steers and ABCs, we will be taking a 45-minute lunch break. Attention the barn, this is last call for Brahman steers, Class 7 Brahman steers. Last call, please make your way to the holding area. Last call, Class 7 Brahman steers to the holding area. This is a reminder, at the end of each breeder division, we will be releasing tack. Same process as when you enter the show. Come in gate 1, go to the first corral of Howdy, and at Howdy they will release you to the barn. We do ask that you're efficient in your loadout so that we can make room for additional exhibitors trying to depart after you. Just be respectful of other exhibitors trying to load out and leave just as you are. Thank you. This is a reminder that if you're wishing to sell your steer on the floor, TLMA is taking steers at this time. They're open for business at a price of $1.76. They are located just outside of the show barn at the northwest corner, receiving steers at this time. Again, if you wish to sell your steer on the floor, TLMA are accepting those steers this time at a price of $1.76. Reminder that we will be taking a 45-minute lunch break at the conclusion of the Brahman division. Again, at the end of the Brahman division and before the ABCs, we will be taking a 45-minute lunch break. That steer's trained. He already knows where to go.
See if we can get through this. I like that steer a lot that wins. Both of these steers are really, really captivating. They both have a lot of quality about them. The difference is skeleton, though, and he's obviously pretty agile when you get him out here, and he looks pretty good loose. That's just a really, really high quality steer, and hopefully we can get him to relax out here. He doesn't have a mean bone in him. He's just one of those ones I think knows he can kind of get away. But he's a steer, to me, he's just so much square off of either end of his skeleton and more genuine there in his lower body. Just a really, really high quality steer to start with. I like the girl's calf a lot. Both of these I pulled early on. They just have that presence about them, and her calf does as well up through his front end. Real practical steer, just a lot of doability in him. He wants to turn out a little bit there on his front end and just not flex quite as well, but those are two really, really, really good steers. Have a lot of good to them. Brindle steer here in third, tons of rib and body. He's a more moderate, kind of lighter weight steer here in this this class. Doesn't quite smooth out as neat there over his rump. Not as elite in terms of his hind leg, but he's chock full of muscle, and I like him for that reason. Steers coming next, both kind of quality steers. This one I didn't pull because I wanted to see where he was at compositionally. I was surprised when I got my hands on him. He's actually got a really fresh top working in him. He could use a little bit more thump and power in him, and then we could maybe win the class, because that's a really nice structured steer. Just needs a little bit more substance. Young man steer coming out, a little sharper yet through his front end. Another good built steer. Not quite the body and the rib shape in him, but a really sharp steer that is fresh and I think looks good at this weight. The big gray steer coming out, the girl does a really good job with. Tons of product, tons of mass in him. A little more mature, a little coarser up through his front end and through his shoulder, but I like the power and the thickness in that guy quite well. Brindle calf right in behind him, really good steer. Again, that balance needs to be changed in him for me to use him much higher. And then we start to get into some structural things on down the bottom and some composition differences in those two red cattle. Give him a good hand. Really nice set of Brahman cattle.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to each of the class winners in this respective class. Entering the show ring right now is Class 7 Brahman steers. 21 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1343 to 1624. Again, this is Class 7 Brahman. 21 exhibitors in this class. I wanted to take this time to remind all of auction placing steers, and specifically the breed and reserve breed champion steers, must get a backdrop photo. Devin Sisk. All auction placing steers, and most importantly, breed and reserve breed champion steers, must get a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk. And speaking of the auction, I want to remind everybody about the exciting news from Rodeo Austin this year, where those auction placing exhibitors, in addition to their sell checks, will also be getting floor checks. That's exciting news, and we want to thank Rodeo Austin for making that decision to put that money back in the hands of the kids. So please give Rodeo Austin a round of applause. Heads up, we got a loose steer in the ring. Heads up. As these exhibitors make their way out of the show ring, I'd ask that you give them a real easy round of applause, thanking them for exhibiting their project at Rodeo Austin. Heads up. Heads up. Got another steer loose. I'd like to take this opportunity to announce the class winners from Class 6 Brahman Steers. 10th place goes to Summer Satilo from Live Oak, County 4-H. 9th place goes to Chrissy Feller, Comal County 4-H. 8th place, Keegan Galloway, Somerset FFA. 7th goes to Keller Howell, Falls City FFA. 6th goes to Addie Lemberg, Marion FFA. 5th place, Jackson Polowek, Falls City FFA. 4th place goes to Tristan Field, Wilson County 4-H. 3rd place, Cameron Perez, Edinburgh FFA. 2nd place, Tilden Ray Ezel, New Braunfels FFA. And your class winner, Leanne Kirchner, Williamson County 4-H. Reminder that we will be taking a 45-minute lunch break at the conclusion of the Brahman division. And prior to the ABCs, again, we'll be taking a 45-minute lunch break following the conclusion of the Brahman division and before the ABC division. Heads up in the show ring, we got a loose Brahman steer.
This might be my favorite class of the whole show. Man, it's good. Cattle are really, really good. There was probably another 3 or 4 that went out of the gate. I think it's full of depth and quality. The extra Brahman in them always throws another wrinkle in the class that you never know what's going to go on. But I'll tell you this old rascal that wins the class he's an outlier. I've looked at him several times, and I still don't know what to totally think about him, but he is good. That steer is really uniquely put together. When this young man can kind of get him set up and pulled together, all that power and that muscle just somehow blends together pretty dang smoothly. He's so stout and wide out on the corners, but he's so genuine and true when he leaves you at every corner. He does have some shoulder in him, but man, he does have a hip and a power and just the substance. He's 12 o'clock and ready to win. That's a really, really nice steer. Calf that comes next in second, young man's a really good stick, and I think he brings a steer compositionally that's just better than the one in third. So much more genuine in behind his shoulder. You can see that lower turn in that steer's lower rib cage. Stouter as you get into his quarter. He comes apart structurally and balance wise on the move just a little bit more, but right there that old boy can give you a pretty nice good look. That's a high quality steer to set second. That's going to make a nice pair here in a little bit. We get into the one and third, and he's just glass smooth, and when he comes in the ring, his skeleton allows that steer just to walk and stay sound. Young boy does a really good job of showing him he's a steer that's just so practical in every aspect of him. He's just to me, when you get up on him, you feel him. That steer's just past 12 o'clock. He needs more genuine shape working down his top. He's just lost some of that. I like this big dark brindle steer in fourth quite a bit. He's a big heavyweight steer, and there's several of these big old hound dogs in this class, but for his weight, that steer compositionally is really good. What I kind of got into myself, I said, well, he's just maybe not quite as balanced as those cattle that win the class, but boy, is he good. That's a really, really nice steer. Same can be said for this yellow one coming out next in fifth. I like him quite well. He's probably a little cockier, a little stronger in his top, definitely more attractive in his hip. I took issue with that steer down low. He's a little weak down in his pastern, and he wants to roll those rear feet, and that gets him in trouble in a really, really good class. You've got a pair of steers next in this lineup that are kind of bigger, framier, smoother, longer, really sound steers. They need more meat animal shape and genuine width as you get into them. And then we kind of get into another cut of cattle that just need to balance up, maybe need to be a little sounder in terms of their structure. But boy, have they been fed well and presented to a T here in Austin. Give them a big hand, folks. Outstanding job in your heavyweight class of Brahmans.
Entering the ring at this time is first and second place winners from Class 6, Class 7. Judge Bell will be choosing the breed and reserve breed champion for the Brahman. I would ask that when he makes that decision that you hold your applause to a minimum, just out of respect for the exhibitors and their steers. Thank you.
This has been good, very competitive, awesome set of kiddos again out here in the ring. Phenomenal Brahman show. Excited to see what comes in the ABCs. If the Brahmans are this good, it's going to be fun. But I do think there's an elite one out here. Nothing to take away from the other class winner and the respective seconds. But these two heavyweight steers, I think, are the ones that are going to come out of this division. Yeah, good job. Congratulations. Well done.
That steer gets a round of applause. He likes to show off a little bit. And your champion, Brahman steer, goes to Jed Polar from Wharton County FFA. And your reserve champion, Brahman, goes to Hollis Holmes, Goliad County 4-H. Let's give both those exhibitors a big round of applause. All right, we're going to be taking a 45-minute lunch break. I have 11 o'clock, so we'll be working towards starting back at approximately 11:45. Prior to that, I'll be making some first calls for Class 8 ABC steers. Be making those calls when the time is right. Again, we're going on a 45-minute lunch break. We're trying to resume the show at approximately 11:45.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Please make sure that you go by there and get your backdrop photo. Attention steer exhibitors will be making first call shortly for ABC Class 8. Very shortly, we'll be making first call for Class 8 ABCs. Attention in the steer barn. This is first call for Class 8 ABC steers. First call for Class 8 ABC steers. Please start making your way to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors. Second call for ABC steers, Class 8. ABC steers, Class 8, please be making your way to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, this is last call for Class 8 ABC steers. Last call for Class 8 ABC steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, entry number 4062 from Marion FFA. You need to get to the holding area as soon as possible. Your class will be going pretty soon. Exhibitor 4062 from Marion FFA, please make your way to the holding area as soon as possible. Attention the barn, we need exhibitor 4062 from Marion FFA. You need to make your way to the holding area as soon as possible. Your class is about to enter the show ring. Welcome back. Class entering the ring at this time is Class 8 ABC steers. Weights ranging from 1,050 to 1,169. There are 23 exhibitors in this class. Judge Bedwell will be placing, will be selling 4 head for the ABC division. For those of you watching ringside, if you have friends and family at home who are unable to attend and want to watch and support these exhibitors, want to remind you that Taylor Fort and his talented crew are here live streaming the show. That live stream could be found at taylorford.com/live. Also, we have Devin Sisk and her crew who will be in the ring taking photos as well as backdrop photos. We want to thank both Taylor Ford and Devin Sisk along with their crews for helping us capture the moment. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize our sponsors and supporters. Telius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ozarka, the official spring water of Rodeo Austin. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin's March events. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Cross Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holtcat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. And Dale, presenting sponsor of Robotics. Thank you to all those sponsors supporters of Rodeo Austin. For those of you just joining us, I want to introduce our judge for the steer show, Mr. Shane Bedwell. Mr. Bedwell serves as the Chief Operating Officer and Director of Breed Improvement for the American Hereford Association. Shane works closely with AHA's genetic evaluation as well as National Reference Sire Program. Prior to joining the AHA, Shane was a professor and livestock judging coach at Colorado State University for 8 years. He received an associate's degree in science from Butler County Community College in 2002 and a bachelor's degree in animal science and industry from Kansas State University in 2004. Shane completed a master's degree in beef cattle nutrition from the University of Illinois in 2007. Shane has had the opportunity to judge cattle in 30 states, including all major and national shows. Shane was raised on a cow-calf stalker ranch near Medicine Lodge, Kansas. Shane's wife, Lacey, they have 2 children, Celie Rose and Chisholm. I'd ask that you please give Mr. Bedwell a round of applause and welcome him to Rodeo Austin. I would ask that as these exhibitors start to exit the arena, that you give them a round of applause, thanking them for exhibiting at Rodeo Austin. Attention steer exhibitors, this is first call for Class 9 ABC steers. First call for Class 9 ABC steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. Attention the barn. Class 9 ABC steers, please be making your way to the holding area. Class 9 ABC steers, please be moving to the holding area.
Good class to get started back with here, and a lot of variation that we have from front to rear, but still good cattle, better showmen that get it done, and you can tell they really like it. The gray steer, I think, is just one that a lot of people can like, just compositionally. He's so right in terms of his shape, the lower turn of his body. He has an extra hip in him, and still enough look and quality. I like his bone and the structure of him pretty well. He can tighten up a little bit in his back at times, but I think he's just the most of everything and hangs on to just a little bit more of that heads-up initial quality than the black steer in second. The black steer grows on me. Initially when he came through the gate, I thought he was maybe just a little bit plain. I didn't know where he was at in terms of his back shape and his top. You know, the deepest part on him is right in the center of him, and I just wanted to get my hands on him and see where he was at. He's fine. Compositionally, is he as genuine, as good as that steer that wins the class? No, probably not. But, you know, he's a nice steer to me that just reads a little more quality up through his front end than the smoke right there in third. He needs to be strengthened up in his back and probably just a little bit more genuine. I like the power and the stoutness in this smoke steer coming next in third. He's undoubtedly one of the more powerful steers that we've got. Really good forerib shape, really good lower turn in him. Like his balance from his shoulder back. He's just a little too coarse and mature up through that front end shoulder for me. The difference between him and the yellow steer in fourth was just structure, particularly out of their front end. The yellow steer, first glance, he grabs your attention. He's got a nice old neck that sets real high on the top of his shoulder. He's a massive bodied steer. I like that butterscotch color a lot, and they just grab you. Initially, he's heavy structured. He's big ended from behind. I just got into him a little bit more critical on that front end. He's got his blinkers on pretty good, and we just need to square him up and I think compositionally needs a little bit more trimness as you get up over his rib. He's still got enough muscle to him. Just his front end structure gets him beat in this class. As we work on down, the black steer the little girl has a little bit of the same way, just a steer that's past 12 o'clock relative to his finish and relative to his muscle. But for what he is, he's a big-bodied steer, certainly practical, definitely sounder up through his front end. To me, he's just a little plainer, though, to go along with it. Then we get into a cut of steers. Love the soundness, love the style and the quality this boy has in this calf. There's just not enough meat animal shape and composition in him for me to justify him in this class. I want to. He's tempting, but that steer's just a little too flat. The Brahman coming out here, you certainly like. He's just a good doing steer, sound in his structure, useful in his kind, just a little plainer. Young man in the hat has a good gray steer, has some natural thickness to him, but he's deposited quite a bit of fat down into his chest floor that throws him off. But pretty good in the big scheme of things. And then some steers that kind of flatten up, give up some structure and some quality on down the line. Give him a good hand. Very nice class here to start with.
Thank you, Judge Bedwell, and thank you all those exhibitors, and congratulations to those that played. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 9 ABC Steers. We have 22 exhibitors in this class with weight ranges from 1187 to 1240. Again, this is Class 9 ABC Steers, 22 exhibitors in this class. Attention in the barn. Exhibitor number 4005 from Brown County. Your green exhibitor card has been turned into the show office. Again, your green card has been turned into the show office. That's for exhibitor 4005 of Brown County. You will need your card once you enter the ring for show a little bit later today. Please go to the show office to get your green show card. Attention steer exhibitors, this is first call for Class 10 ABC steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. This is first call for Class 10 ABC steers. Please be moving to the holding area. Thank you. Results from our last class. 10th place goes to Yesenia Rango from Sheldon FFA. 9th place, Jenna Lee, Live Oak County 4-H. 8th, Brody Newburn from Bullard FFA. 7th place goes to Macy Talley, Floresville FFA. 6th place, Bo Powelek, Falls City FFA. 5th place goes to Kennedy Kidd, Brownsboro FFA. 4th place, Landry LaFista, Milam County 4-H. 3rd place, Beth Kellermeyer, Runnels County 4-H. 2nd place goes to Swade Dawkins, Sinton FFA. And your class winner is Alan Petrick, Waller County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention the barn, this is second call for Class 10 ABC steers. Second call for Class 10 ABC steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. I'd ask you to put your hands together, show appreciation for these exhibitors that are exiting the arena at this time. Attention the barn, we need all ABC steers in Class 10. Please be making your way to the holding area. All remaining steers for Class 10, ABC, please be moving to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, this is last call for Class 10 ABC steers. You need to be moving to the holding area. Last call for Class 10 ABC steers. Please move to the holding area. I wanted to remind everyone that all auction placing steers, and most importantly, breed and reserve breed champion steers must get a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk. Again, that's all auction placing steers and specifically breed and reserve breed champion steers must get a backdrop photo. Also, if you missed it earlier, I wanted to share exciting news with you that Rodeo Austin, not only will the auction placing exhibitors be receiving their auction check, but they will also be receiving their floor check. That is new this year. Again, if you are a placing steer going through the auction, you will get your auction check, but you will also get your your floor check. Let's put our hands together and thank Rodeo Austin for putting money back in the kids' pockets.
Really good class. Lots of things to talk about. And again, a good set of showmen working hard out here. The gray steer, I think, is a blend of both the two cattle that we have in second and third. You know, he doesn't just wow you at times from the side, but that steer's blessed with a really genuine shape working out of him, particularly right in behind his shoulder. He's stouter coming out of his pin set than the red steer. You know, and I think he's sure sound and gets around the ring really well. A little plainer headed, maybe not quite the lower body for him to just tie in and just balance elitely, but that's a steer that's certainly very, very good in terms of his composition. Calf coming out next and second, has a little more depth of flank. He's also a little more immature about his front end, perhaps, a little smoother through that shoulder. Everything blends in him just a little bit nicer. Sure call him a very comfortable steer in how he sets down. He's well shown and well presented. When you step to the 3/4 and kind of get him behind that steer, he needs to be stoutened up and have a little more genuine turn to him. I like this brindle steer coming out in third. Get your hands on him. He's a steer that's really fresh top, big hip, lots of turn and expression to him. He's got a lot of quality to him yet when he gets out on the move. He's a little awkward in general and just funky in how he sets down in his lower joints. I couldn't get past that as we made that last turn with him. Got a little more chest in him. It doesn't blend from front to rear maybe as neatly, but as you get into that steer and study his power and his dimension, you certainly really like him quite well. And that could be said for this calf coming next and fourth. That's just obnoxiously stout, tons of width and substance in him. He needs to be set down better in his knee and just made a little differently up through his front end and his shoulder. And then that steer maybe pushes a little higher for me personally in this class. But the problem is it's right there, and it's an issue in him. What I couldn't convince myself, and I wanted to, because this boy's Shorthorn kind of marked steer that's got the extra roan to him, is so cocky in his front end. He's got a nice look about him when you get your hands on him, and we finally did. He needs to be more genuine, and you kind of question that a little bit because he's so soft flanked. And then structurally, the finer bone steer needs to be readjusted off of his rear tune. So in the end, I went with composition and shape and just overall stoutness over a pair of steers that just need to be redesigned structurally, both of them. Good class and a good top end. Yellow steer and the black one coming out next, I think, are both very useful, practical cattle, tons of rib and body in them. Both of them are a little chestier. Both of them just need to have a little bit more freshness about them and balance in them as you study them from front to rear. That's an absolute brute coming out next. I mean, he's as powerful hipped as anything that we've had in any of the classes to this point in the show. He's just a little too coarse and mature. And on down in our lineup, we've got a good roan steer next that just needs to have a little more thickness and shape and genuine width, but an awesome class. Give him a big hand. We'll move on to class 3.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to all those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 10 ABC Steers. We have 23 exhibitors in this class with weights ranging from 1242 to 1319. Again, this is Class 10 ABC Steers. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank our sponsors and supporters of 2024 Rodeo Austin. Tellius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor, the Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ozarka, the official spring water of Rodeo Austin. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin's March events. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, First Texas Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. Dell, presenting sponsor of Robotics. Again, thank you for those sponsors and supporters. I want to remind you that in the ABC division, Judge Bedwell will be placing 4, and we will be selling 4 in each of those classes. Results from Class 9, ABC, 10th place, Macy Taylor, Gillespie County 4-H. 9th goes to Avery Glick, Columbus FFA. 8th place goes to Easton Rankin, Atascosa County 4-H. 7th place goes to Lexi Kalina, Wall FFA. 6th, Sebastian Galindo, Lockhart FFA. 5th, Hudson Holland, Comanche FFA. 4th place goes to Maddox Mustin, Santo FFA. 3rd place, Coda Nelson, Waller FFA. 2nd place goes to Maverick Cody from Toller FFA. And your class winner, Ella Pinkham, Davenport FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. This is first call for Class 11 ABC steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. This is first call for Class 11 ABC steers. As these exhibitors start to make their way exiting the arena, I ask that you put your hands together and congratulate them on all of their hard work. Attention the steer barn, Class 11, ABC steers, please be making your way to the holding area. We need all steers for Class 11, ABC steers, please be making your way to the holding area. Attention the barn, this is last call for ABC steers, Class 11. Last call for ABC, Class 11. All other steers, please make their way to the holding area.
Awesome class, a lot more depth as we get into kind of a fighting weight here in these cattle and some give and take in them undoubtedly. I think the two better finished cattle are sitting in first and second. The gray steer is undoubtedly the best jointed, best structured steer that we have in this top cut of them. He's got a really good front end in him. He's got a beautiful length of body, some actual shape and turn. The only hang up I have is if he just had an ounce more body and mass to the middle cut of him. If he does that, he wins it with a 10-point cut. I still think he's the one that I'm the most comfortable with because he feels so good over his rib. He definitely has, to me, a more uniform finish up over his rib. He's just compositionally really, really nice, and he has the joint work to go along with it. The red baldy in second, you can almost kind of make a blend of both of the two cattle on either side of him because I think he's just sound enough. The steer has an ungodly amount of body and mass and full rib in him. I love the lower rib and turn to him. Love the mass in him. He's just a little plainer and staler as you get off to the profile. He doesn't have quite the balance running from front to rear in behind his shoulder and out through his tail head, but a really massively put together steer that still keeps his joint work right. I'm drawn probably the most to the steer in third. I like his power, I like his thickness, but yet he's got a clean chest floor, a really proud neck set and head in him. He has the look and all that good about him. My issue with him is you get your hands up over his rib and you can kind of see it from the outside. He's really inconsistent and patchy up over his rib and his handle and his finish. And then that finer bone steer is just too choppy as he gets off of both corners as he goes. But that is a wicked good looking, stout, thick made steer that I like quite a bit. Just a little disappointing when I handle him, and then I want to see his skeleton be a little bit better. You get into a good gray steer coming next and fourth that I like in terms of his power, his thickness. Again, he's a trait leader in that regard here in the class. Girl's doing a good job, and she fought him to get him where she's at. And that's a good steer. Again, he's one of those ones, and I gave him a hall pass that last time, and I made him walk second so I could kind of see just how he actually walks. He was fighting the halter, but he's just like that a little bit in his front end and knee. You guys that are sitting on that end of the bleachers can kind of see that. He wants to turn out and get pretty straight up front. He's made that way a little bit in his hock, but man, that's a good, stout, thick steer, a little more mature, but a nice kind of a steer. Red baldy, I like him as well. Big old rib cage, lots of mass and meat in him. He's a little plainer yet, though, as you get into him, and I didn't think he was enough of a structural upgrade. And he's shorter rump, doesn't have quite the style in his hip and hind leg, but those are 5 really, really nice steers here in this class. You get into sixth, and here's another big-bodied steer, moderate in his kind, wide in his base, still has a really good arrogant look about him as you study him up front. As you get him behind this steer, he's lost his shape. The more mature steer is just a little bit too stale in his top, and I'd like to clean him up in that rear hock. Get into black steer that I brought up a ways. I like this steer. He's got a real genuine composition to him. A little awkward at times in how he plants his back leg, but a really good steer in terms of genuine meat animal shape. And then on down in the class, a pair of red steers that just need to be stoutened up. And then we work on down to some good kids doing a really good job out here. Give them a big hand, please.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to all those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 11 ABC Steers. We have 22 entries in this class with weights ranging 1320 to 1388. Again, this is Class 11 ABC Steers. For all of those that have recently joined us, and for those that have friends and family at home that aren't able to be here, Taylor Ford and his team are providing live stream of the show. You can access that live stream through taylorford.com/live. We also have Devin Sisk and her team in the ring taking ring photos, but also doing backdrop photos. We do appreciate both Taylor Ford and Devin Sisk and their teams for being here to help us capture the moment. Also a reminder, if you're choosing to leave your steer and sell it on the floor, TLMA is taking those steers at this time. They're located outside of the show barn at the northwest corner. You can exit at the farthest north door on the west side, make your way over to TLMA. Floor price is $1.76. They are open for business and accepting steers at this time. Results from our last class, Class 10 ABC Steers. 10th place goes to Macy Davis, O'Donnell FFA. 9th place to Tate Turner, Wise County 4-H. 8th place goes to Elia Caldwell, Atascosa FFA. 7th place goes to Creed Marsh, Deaf Smith County 4-H. 6th place goes to Landon Cope, Lavernia FFA. 5th place goes to Whit Parkey, Archer County 4-H. 4th place goes to Blake and Branscombe, Palmer County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Baron Jasic, Atascosa County 4-H. 2nd place goes to Addison Rouse, Karnes County 4-H. And your class winner is Sean LaFista, Milam County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 12 ABC Steers. Please start making your way to the holding area. Again, this is first call for Class 12 ABC Steers moving to the holding area. Attention the barn, this is second call for Class 12 ABC steers. Class 12 ABC steers, please start making your way to the holding area. As these exhibitors start to make their way out of the arena, I ask that you put your hands together and give them a round of applause to thank them for exhibiting their projects at Rodeo Austin. Attention steer exhibitors. This is last and final call for Class 12 ABC steers. Last call for Class 12 ABC steers. You need to be making your way to the holding area as soon as possible. Final call, Class 12 ABC steers. Attention steer exhibitors, we're still missing 5 exhibitors for Class 12. Those would be entry number 6118 from Wise County, 6141 from Wise County 4-H, 7611 Wall FFA, entry number 1412 from Lavernia FFA, and entry number 6127 from Wise County 4-H. Please be making your way to the holding area as soon as possible. Attention the barn, we're still needing exhibitor number 6127 from Wise County 4-H to report to the holding area. Again, this is last call for Class 12 ABC. Exhibitor number 6127 from Wise County 4-H. You need to get to the holding area immediately. You're getting close to missing your class.
Yeah, they just keep coming, and this Brindle steer is a hot dog now. I like him a lot. That's a bona fide, good-looking, practical, well-shaped, well-balanced show steer. Enough said. That's a really, really nice one to win this class. Calf that comes next in second, I think he's just a little more attractive. He's a frame score maybe bigger than the steer right in front of him, but I think he's just enough higher quality in terms of his look and his balance as you get off to the side of him, and when this girl gets him put together to go ahead and beat this gray steer in second. His body and his underline's so much better in him. He's more attractive at the top of his hip. He's stouter in terms of his back leg. I like that in him. There's at times where he doesn't maybe just feel as good, and you can kind of see that over his rib, just not as consistent in his finish. He's just not quite as 12 o'clock as that one that wins the class, but that's a really, really high-quality steer that's got a ton of look and presence in him. Just not quite as dialed in as that one that wins today. Smoke steer that comes next in third. Boy, he's sound and flexible when he gets out and moves. He's got a ton of product and thickness in him. Steer's just a little rounder, a little coarser about his head and his feature. That hip and hind leg doesn't balance up quite as well, and that's why he goes down in this class. For me there at the very end in a competitive trio, he just doesn't have the extras, but boy, is he fundamental and good and sound in his structure, and that's why he beats this other gray in the class that's probably more massively muscled yet. He's definitely heavier structure. There's a ton of hip and product in him. That steer, again, is one that maybe just struggles a little bit more off of either end. He's a little flatter sided. I think Father Time's kind of set into him just a little bit more, but that's a good steer and deserves to be fourth in this class. I like the yellow steer coming out next. Just, again, a good kind of fundamental calf, sound and big and stout structured, lots of muscle and product and length in him, a little flatter ribbed, doesn't maybe quite have the balance in him. Baldy steer coming out next. I wish there was a little more muscle in him. We could work him up because he is sound and he's pretty fresh in his composition. There's just not quite enough width in him for the frame that he has. And then we get into a set of steers that are more moderate in terms of their frame size coming out next. They're a little heavier condition. They don't have quite the meat animal shape working in them from front to rear. And so that's kind of why they go down in this class. They're good bodied steers. They're real practical steers. There's some changes that we could make, like in this dark gray steer's rump and his hind leg that kind of gets him in trouble. If we change that, we could maybe move him up a couple steps. But really good, stout class here in Class 4, your ABCs. Give him a big hand. That's a really good job.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you to all those exhibitors, and congratulations to each of you. Entering the show ring at this time will be Class 12 ABC steers. There are 22 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1396 to 1691. Again, this is Class 12 ABC steers with 22 exhibitors. Heads up, we got a loose steer in the ring. Results for Class 11. 10th place goes to Kayla Albers, Falls City FFA. 9th place goes to Mason LaFista, Milam County 4-H. 8th place goes to Ty Morat, Taylor County 4-H. 7th place, Carter Neunert, A&M Consolidated FFA. 6th place goes to Cayman Cody, Toller FFA. 5th place goes to Ainsley Hayes, Glen Rose FFA. 4th place, Aubrey Turner, Bastrop County 4-H. 3rd place goes to J.C. Collins, Riviera Kaufman FFA. 2nd place goes to Brinley Clevenger, Palmer County 4-H. And your class winner goes to Sawyer May, Lynn County 4-H. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Waving the white flag. Everybody pay attention. We got a loose steer in the ring. Attention the barn, a wallet has been turned into the announcer stand. A wallet has been turned into the announcer stand. If you are missing your wallet, belongs to a young gentleman, you need to report to the announcer stand to get your wallet. Thank you. Heads up, we got to steer loose. As these exhibitors start to exit the arena, I ask that you put your hands together and give them a round of applause to thank them for all their hard work and exhibiting at Rodeo Austin.
Great way to end very good deep set of ABC steers. And, you know, the smoke on the front end just, he kind of has it all, really. He's got enough of a look at a big heavy weight like this. He's so strong right in behind his shoulder. Shoulder blades hook into the top of his top line really well. He's massive in terms of his muscle, but yet in these kind of bigger jointed, kind of heavier bone cattle, he still gets out and flexes really well. Just a nice kind of a steer at probably somewhere upper 14s, 15, somewhere around there. He's just a pretty good one. Black steer, he grows on me, and I pulled him. I liked him. He's just real useful, real functional, really nice bodied steer. You know, he's got a little more front end. He doesn't have maybe quite the bells and whistles to him, but that's a good kind of a steer that's really got a good genuine width about him from front to rear. I like this steer in third in terms of his smoothness. He's a more moderate sized steer. Young man's a really good stick, and he can get him parked. The hind leg in him's really nice. I think his joint works just a little bit better in terms of the shape of it, and his hocks particularly has the cattle in behind him. His knee kind of rock forward at times just a little bit in him, and he doesn't really have the chest width and the turn to his rib cage that both of those cattle do ahead of him, but that's a good kind of a steer. The young man's a good hand. I like this steer in fourth in terms of his shape and his expression. You get analyzing him right there in his forerib. I think the real proud looking steer just gets a little more pinched right there and behind his shoulders. Then you got a couple of big old stout, long, mature steers coming out next that Father Time's just kind of set in them just a little bit long. They're just a little mature and coarse in how they're presented to me today. This Brindle steer is an interesting dude. He's got quite a bit of product in him. He also kind of has a little more waist down underneath, and that kind of shows up into his chest floor, but I can't rough him up too much. That's a good doing steer that's practical in his kind. He just, in this setting, he doesn't have enough style, and I think compositionally he's pushing the upper edge of it for me. Real long-bodied steer. This steer fits this young man because he is a little taller. He can kind of show him off, and he's got a beautiful front end, pretty sound. He's just a little flat, though, in his rib and just basic width. This steer needs to be just turned up for me in terms of his robustness. We get into a set of cattle on here on down that just labor a little bit more in terms of their joint flexibility. They need more of that for me. The Brindle steer, parked and set up, you give him another look, not only because of his color, but just genuine composition. It's in him. He just struggles too much for me to use him much higher. A really, really good class. Give him a big hand, please.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is our first and second place class winners from each of the 5 ABC classes. Judge Bedwell will be picking your champion and reserve champion ABC steer. Attention in the steer barn. This is first call for Class 13 Black Cross. This is first call for Class 13 Black Cross. Please start making your way to the holding area. say. Attention the barn. I need Noah Preston Richter to come to the announcer stand. Noah Preston Richter, if you would, please make your way to the announcer stand. Thank you.
Much like the rest of our drives and breed championships, boy, they get down and they get pretty fun, and everybody kind of gathers in, and you can kind of feel the heartbeats racing of mom and dad in the stands, and everybody that's behind the cattle. And I know these young people, they can feel it too. They've got that competitive look about them. And as a parent, I know what it's like, because you're like, man, the hardest thing to do is win your class. And then you get back out here, you've got a real shot. And I think all these cattle really represent a good kind. They all have a beautiful shape to them. They're muscular cattle that have body and structure underneath them. There's some variance in them as you just study them, and we can nitpick them. I ain't going to, because I think they're really nice cattle. It's been a really fun drive, a really fun show. Why don't you put your hands together? Let's get some excitement back in this arena. It's a really, really nice set of cattle. I'm going to go show you the two I like.
And your champion, ABC, goes to Sawyer May from Lynn County 4-H. And your reserve champion, ABC, goes to Brindley Clevenger from Palmer County 4-H. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. Attention the barn, this is second call for Class 13 Black Crosses. Second call for Class 13 Black Crosses. Please be making your way to the holding area. Results from Class 12 ABC Steers. 10th place is Heston Turner from Oak Ridge FFA. 9th place goes to Gracie McBee from Wilson County 4-H. 8th place goes to Kelton Carver, Hill County 4-H. 7th place goes to Lane Purcell, Falls City FFA. 6th place goes to Atlee Homan from New Braunfels FFA. 5th place goes to Emily Turner, Bastrop County 4-H. 4th place goes to Kinsey Gendrich, Falls City FFA. 3rd place goes to Zane Hensky, Riviera Kaufman FFA. 2nd place goes to Ryle Meeks, Wise County 4-H. And your class winner from Class 12 is Cooper Ego from Plainview FFA. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Attention in the barn, this is last call for Black Cross Class 13. Please be making your way to the holding area. This is last call for Class 13 Black Cross. Please be making your way to the holding area. The young man's wallet that was turned in earlier has been redeemed, and I wanted to thank the two young ladies who are very trustworthy for turning that wallet in. Thank you to both of those young ladies. Attention the barn, exhibitor number 6109 from Wise County 4-H. Please make your way to the holding area as soon as possible. Your class is getting very close to going into the show ring. Again, that is exhibitor 6109 from Wise County 4-H. Please make your way to the holding area ASAP. Attention barn, this is last call for exhibitor 6109 from Wise County 4-H. Please be making your way to the holding area. Your class is very close to going to the show ring. Exhibitor number 6109 from Wise County. Please report to the holding area as soon as possible. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 13 Black Cross. We have 25 exhibitors in this class with weights ranging from 1,006 to 1183. Again, this is Class 13 Black Cross, 25 exhibitors in this class. For those of you that have recently joined us this afternoon, I want to introduce our judge for the steer show, Mr. Shane Bedwell. Judge Bedwell serves as the Chief Operating Officer and Director of Breed Improvement for the American Hereford Association. Shane works closely with the AHA's genetic evaluation as well as National Reference Sire Program. Prior to joining the AHA, Shane was a professor and livestock judge and coach at Colorado State University for 8 years. He received an associate's degree in science from Butler County Community College in 2002 and a bachelor's degree in animal science and industry from Kansas State University in 2004. Shane completed a master's degree in beef cattle nutrition from the University of Illinois in 2007. Shane has had the opportunity to judge cattle in 30 states, including all major and national shows. Shane was raised on a cow-calf stalker ranch near Medicine Lodge, Kansas. Shane's wife, Lacey. They have 2 children, Celie Rose and Chisholm. Please put your hands together. Help us welcome Shane Bedwell as our steer judge. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 14 Black Cross. Class 14 Black Cross, please be making your way to the holding area. This is first call, Class 14 Black Cross. As a reminder, in the Black Cross division, Judge Bedwell will be placing, and we'll be selling 4 head per class in the Black Cross division. As these exhibitors begin exiting the arena, I ask that you put your hands together and give them a round of applause for all their hard work and showing at Rodeo Austin. Attention in the steer barn. This is first call for Class 14 Black Cross. Please be making your way to the holding area. First call for Class 14 to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, second call for Class 14 Black Cross. This is second call for Class 14 Black Cross. Please be making your way to the holding area. Attention the steer barn. This is last call for Class 14 Black Cross steers. You need to be reporting to the holding area immediately. Again, this is last call for Class 14 Black Cross. Please make your way to the holding area as soon as possible.
Nice class, quite a bit of give and take and just things that you might modify. But here towards the front end, I think the girls' calf looks the most kind of just the quality. There's just more quality in him, particularly it just starts in his head. There's just more look in that calf. There's more genuine shape as you get in behind his shoulder. You know, he's a little high over his loin and maybe just doesn't have the extra quarter in him to just totally give you that wow. But that's a pretty nice steer that's structured real nice up through his front end. Good, easy place to start for me. A little more mature-headed one in second there, and you know, these young kids are working hard, and you know, at the same time, I think there's some things that you know, just more times in the ring will help them on down the road, just getting the calves set up maybe just a little bit. But you know, this steer's body and his rib, his soundness, his practicality, it's all in line, and there's certainly enough freshness there to his top and how he feels in his shape. You know, he just gets a little plain at times. Kind of the same thing for this boy here in third. I like this steer, really. He's a little harder presented there and just a little tougher to look at sometimes there in just his coat. But, you know, that's a good steer. You just break him down. He's cracked open good in his rib. He has a lot of hip and width there in him. Fundamentally, he's pretty sound. He just needs a little more TLC, and this young man's doing a good job out here. He's got a good steer. It's worked really good for him. Nice job, bud. Calf coming next and fourth, just a good, practical, useful steer. You know, he's a little different in this class, a little more mature, but he's got just enough soundness and enough stoutness of bone, enough length of body where you like him pretty well. He's a little dry and a little just stale up over his top, and that kind of matches his front end, but just the usefulness in him brings him right to the front. The girl steer here on fifth, I like him. Certainly, again, another kind of practical steer. Gets a little hook-legged and underneath himself, and I thought of the initial set, he gets a little narrower chested, probably flatter sided as you just study him, but good kind of sound steer. The difference in him is over the Baldy. The Baldy standing still has a little bit more of that product-driven look about him, and he definitely handles accordingly when you step into him. He pushes a little more condition down into his chest floor, and he wants to throw those back legs. On down in their class, we've got some good competitive cattle, just a little rougher, not quite the balance and the style and the structure in them. Give them a good hand. Really nice way to start our Black Crosses.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 14 Black Cross. We have 25 exhibitors in this class with weights ranging from 1197 to 1300. Again, this is Class 14 Black Cross with 25 exhibitors in the class. I also want to remind everyone that all auction placing steers have to make their way to TLMA and be put on the truck today, sooner than better. This does not include breed and reserve breed champions, but all other auction placing steers must report to TLMA to go on the truck. Sooner the better, but they will be there for an hour after conclusion of today's show and receiving steers. Attention the steer barn, this is first call for class 15 Black Cross. Please start making your way to the holding area. Again, this is first call for class 15 Black Cross. Start reporting to the holding area. Results from Class 13 Black Cross. 10th place goes to Sydney Kirkendall from Llano County 4-H. 9th place goes to Coulter Winter, Lubbock County 4-H. 8th place goes to Cade Harris, Bell County 4-H. 7th place goes to Crockett Gunther from Fayette County 4-H. 6th place goes to Kennedy Lance, Sanger FFA. 5th place goes to Olivia Gonzalez, Lavaca County 4-H. 4th place goes to Morgan Turner, Wise County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Briley Waters, Wellington FFA. 2nd place goes to Laramie Doyle, Hayes County 4-H. And your class winner goes to Sutton May, Lynn County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. This is a reminder that all auction placing steers, and specifically breed champion and reserve breed champion steers, must obtain a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk. You must have a backdrop photo for all auction placing steers, and specifically the breed and reserve breed champion steers. Additionally, if you are an auction placing steer, you must report to TLMA today to put those steers on the truck. This would not include breed and reserve breed champion steers. All other auction placing steers must turn in your steer to TLMA today. They will be receiving steers up to an hour after the conclusion of today's show. Thank you. Attention to the barn. Class 15, Black Cross, please be reporting to the holding area. If you are in Class 15 of Black Crosses, we need you to report to the holding area. As these exhibitors start making their way around the show arena and exiting, I ask that you put your hands together and give them a nice round of applause for all of the hard work that has gone into these projects and for exhibiting at Rodeo Austin. Attention steer exhibitors, class 15, Black Cross, you need to be making your way to the holding area. We need all entries for class 15, Black Cross, to be making your way to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, we're missing 2 entries for class 15. Entry number 7724 from Luling FFA and entry number 6615 from Travis County 4-H. You need to be making your way to the holding area as soon as possible. Again, that is entry number 7724 from Luling FFA and entry number 6615, Travis County 4-H. Please make your way to the holding area. Attention the barn, we're needing entry number 7724 from Luling FFA and entry number 6615 from Travis County 4-H. You need to report to the holding area as soon as possible.
I'm going to leave these stand how they are right now. We'll go one with this boy up front. Just a real complete steer. I think he's just enough laid back in the angle of his shoulder and has a little more flex to his hock and pastern. Really nice look and shape in that guy's front end. Comes back with a really good top and thickness there about him. Just a real useful, high-quality steer that's got a ton of style to him. I like the shape. I think the one in second probably counters him just a little bit. He's maybe got a little better lower body turn to him. Honestly, when you get into him, he's a little more up and down, particularly off of his hock in relation to that class winner, but a good pair of steers there to go 1 and 2. The Baldy in third, just a really good calf, sound maybe in terms of his structure. A little difference there between him off of his hind leg and just a little more flexibility. Good moderate steer. It's got a lot of body and a lot of quality to him. As you get him behind him, he flattens up just a little bit more, and I don't think he's as elite in terms of his balance and his hip and hind leg quality from the side. This bald-faced steer, just really powerful in terms of his rib cage. His body, he's got a big old top in him. He's got a big old noggin that just kind of planes him up just a little bit, and then he's just a little bit straighter up and down. But when we had him side by side and handled him out there, that steer definitely has to be out here in the play. And then when you break him right down, he's a good calf. Just lots of stoutness and lots of power to him. This 1 and 5th, just not as user-friendly. A young man said he doesn't just like the crowd and the people. I would say there was one time, maybe with a coat of hair, that old calf looked pretty good. His head's just so proud, and he gets it up out of the top of his shoulder really well, really sound in how he goes. It just exposes his shoulder, though, when you kind of take that off of him and you just see him out in the bare open. Just throws him off in terms of his balance, and he's a good, soft-middled steer. But part of that, in terms of his composition, it just he's a little far gone relative to his muscle shape, and his balance just gets piecey out here, especially when the steer fights it. Lots of power and thickness in this boy's calf coming out next. Big top, thick-ended steer, just a little coarser and chunkier up through his front end. You can say the same thing for the steer coming out next. The girl has real big-bodied steer, real useful in his body and his kind. He's wanting to kind of go forward a little bit there in his knee and his front end, and he just needs a little more shape. On down in our lineup, we have some good high-performing, long-bodied steers that just get a little plainer, maybe a little flatter. Let's give them a good hand. Real nice class.
Attention the barn, last call for entry number 6615. Your class is about to go to the show ring. Last call for entry number 6615 from Travis County 4-H. You are about to miss your class. Entering the show ring right now is Class 15, Black Cross. We have 25 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1316 to 1426. Again, this is Class 15, Black Cross. 25 exhibitors in this class. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank all of our sponsors and supporters of the 2024 Rodeo Austin. Tellius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ozarka, the official spring water of Rodeo Austin. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin's March events. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. And Dale, presenting sponsor of Robotics. Again, thank you to each of these sponsors and supporters. Heads up, we got a loose steer in the arena. Attention to the barn. This is first call for Class 16 Black Cross. First call for Class 16 Black Cross. Please start making your way to the holding area. Results from Class 14 Black Cross. 10th place goes to McCoy Moore, Jack County 4-H. 9th place goes to Camry Kendrick, Llano County 4-H. 8th place goes to Robert Hewitt, Brazoria County 4-H. 7th place goes to Carly Cedar, Kendall County 4-H. Sixth place goes to Blake Morrow, Wise County 4-H. Fifth place, Will Filippello, Brazos County 4-H. Fourth place goes to Mason Elliott, Burnett FFA. Third place goes to Mackenzie Tiemann, Brenham FFA. Second place goes to Conley Metting, Nordium FFA. And your class winner, Fletcher Gill from Miami FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention barn, this is second call for Class 16 Black Cross. You need to be making your way to the holding area. Again, this is second call for Class 16 Black Cross. Please be reporting to the holding area. As these exhibitors slowly make their way to exit the arena, I ask that you put your hands together and congratulate them on all their hard work and for exhibiting at Rodeo Austin. Attention the barn, Class 16, Black Cross, you need to be making your way to the holding area. If you are in Class 16, Black Cross, please report to the holding area. I wanted to remind everyone that all auction placing steers, and specifically breed and reserve breed champion steers, must get a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk. Again, all auction placing steers, and specifically breed and reserve breed champion steers, must get a backdrop photo. Additionally, all auction placing steers, except for breed and reserve breed champion steers, must deliver their steer to TLMA today. They must go on the truck today. They will be taking steers up to an hour after the conclusion of the steer show, but the sooner you could take it over there, the better. Thank you. Attention the barn. We're missing one entry in Class 16 at the holding area. It would be exhibitor number 2240 from Lubbock County 4-H. Again, this is exhibitor number 2240 from Lubbock County 4-H. Please report to the holding area as soon as possible. Thank you.
Incredible good class of steers here. A lot of fun, real deep class. I took a little more time with these. I think there's all 12 of them that got polled. I had in my mind could be placing steers, and and just kind of how the cookie crumbles. I fell in love with this one when really both of them when they came in the gate for different reasons, but this steer probably blends as much shape and style, freshness and quality together with structure. Really good hind leg set in him, and enough power, and actually a lot of power, a lot of shape and freshness there down his top. He's built really well. He is a show steer, and he has a lot of quality to him. I like him a great deal. This brockle-headed one in second, I told this boy when we walked him a second time, I don't know if you could make one any sounder. That's a good steer. You lead him to me like that every day of the week. He's so good in his joint work. He's heavy structured, awesome bodied, awesome rib cage, just really practical. He's not as snappy as that one that wins the class, but I don't know if they have to be when they're that good and that fundamental. Just a really good steer. It's a good pair of them for different reasons here on the top of the class. A little bigger, horseier steer, and kind of a pair of them right in behind that good brockle-headed one. And he's so good in terms of his composition and shape. That chest floor's dropped out of him, and he just kind of gets a little plainer out here in a really elite set of them. But boy, is that a big-legged, stout-ended steer that's just got a ton of product and good to him. I kept him in third for those reasons. Calf here in fourth. Girl gets a lot out of him. She's a heck of a showman and can get him pulled together, get him lengthened out and balanced out, because there's at times that steer can get just a little plain and a little piecey there in the middle of his back. He doesn't have just an awesome, attractive hip in him, and so she's kind of got to show it in him. She does a really good job. That steer's just a little plain for me at times. Doesn't want to quite style up, but he's chock full of meat and muscle. This black and white steer in behind him, again, another really stout, powerful steer. Tons of hip, tons of product in him. He's a little awkward at times in terms of his movement, and that was kind of the difference between him and the one in fourth, but a good, thick, big top steer that's chock full of meat and muscle. Girls blaze face steer coming out. She does a good job of just showing through things, because this steer wasn't just kind of got a little upset a few times, and she stuck right with it. Steer's got a lot of quality to him. I like the condition. I like the freshness and composition they've kept him in. He's a steer that kind of gets off on both ends. He's a little pigeon-toed up front. The finer bone steer kind of wants to get out of himself just a little bit from behind. But that steer is really nice compositionally. You can kind of say the same thing for the boy coming next. I like the thickness. I like the top. There's a little more bone and substance in this black steer. He's kind of a tighter rib steer. He's a little tighter in the structure. That's why I pulled him in. But, man, he has a big, fresh loin edge sitting in him. I like that about him. Black and white steer on down the line here. Certainly thick and heavy structured. Lots of power, lots of base width and dimension in him. He's a steer to me that's a little straighter shouldered. He's a little awkward at times in how he wants to kick those back legs around. But, boy, is he proud. You talk about a show steer front end that you grab a hold of right away. Massive rib cage and body. Just a steer that's a little bit staler, a little past his prime, and I wish I could make him a little bit sounder. You don't have to worry about soundness in this girl steer coming out next. He gets underneath himself a little bit, but he can track out. He can walk out just fine. Nice bodied steer. There's a nice alert look in him. I think just compositionally, as you get up over his rib and in his loin, that steer just has lost a little bit of his shape. He's a little bit plainer at times, and that girl has to show pretty hard in this class, because he's a bit of a handful at times, and again, he's another one that you've got to pull together or he can get just a little piecey. She's a good hand and did a good job with him out here. Couple of big, stout, thick-ended steers, and the one that we end with have a lot of muscle and power. To me, they're just a little rougher, a little coarser about their front end and shoulder, but a fantastic class. Give them a good hand, please.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to those exhibitors.